Welcome, dear listener, to a tale as old as magic itself, a story woven from mist and starlight, from ancient stones and whispered spells, from the dreams of four extraordinary souls who dared to imagine a sanctuary in a world that feared them. Tonight, as you settle into the comfort of your resting place, let us journey together back through the mists of time, back beyond the ages you know, to an era when magic was young and wild, and the very air shimmered with possibility. Let your breathing slow. Let your body sink deeper into softness, and allow this story to carry you gently toward the peaceful shores of sleep. Close your eyes now, if you haven't already, and picture with me a world nearly 1,000 years removed from our own, a Britain cloaked in mystery, where forests stretched dark and endless across the land, where villages huddled small and fearful beneath vast skies, and where magic, though it existed in the world, was understood by few and feared by many. This was the medieval world, dear listener, a time of candlelight and shadows, of handwritten manuscripts and whispered legends, of castles rising from rocky hilltops and mists rolling across moorland in the early morning. It was a time when the boundary between the magical and the mundane had not yet been firmly drawn, when a farmer might glimpse something inexplicable in the corner of his eye and cross himself in wonder, when a child might be born with a gift that set them apart from all others. In this ancient Britain, around the year 990, when the millennium was turning and the world seemed balanced on the edge of transformation, there lived witches and wizards scattered across the land like stars across a darkened sky. They lived in secrecy, these magical folk, hidden among ordinary people, concealing their gifts behind closed doors and drawn curtains. For these were dangerous times for those who wielded magic. The great Muggle populations, as they would come to be called, feared what they could not understand, and fear, as it so often does, transformed into persecution. Witch hunts, though not yet at their terrible peak, had already begun their cruel work. Magical families lived in constant vigilance, teaching their children to hide their abilities, to suppress the very essence of who they were. Young witches and wizards grew up in isolation, their education haphazard and incomplete. A child might learn a handful of spells from a parent or a wandering magical mentor, but there was no formal schooling, no safe place where magical knowledge could be preserved and passed down through generations. Ancient spells were being forgotten. Magical techniques refined over centuries were dying with their practitioners. The magical community, such as it was, existed in fragments, disconnected, vulnerable, slowly fading like a tapestry left too long in sunlight. But across this scattered landscape, in 4 different corners of the realm, 4 children were growing into their power. 4 souls whose destinies would intertwine to change the fate of magical Britain forever. Let us visit each of them now, dear listener, in the places where their stories began, before they knew one another, before they could imagine the great work they would accomplish together. In the wild moorlands of what would someday be known as the West Country, where the wind blew fierce across open expanses of heather and gorse, where rocky tors rose like ancient sentinels against storm-swept skies, there lived a boy named Godric. His family name, Gryffindor, spoken in the old tongue, meant golden griffin, and even as a child, Godric possessed a spirit as bold as that mythical creature. His father was a warrior wizard who had fought in the magical conflicts of his time, and his mother came from a line of wand-makers whose craft stretched back into legend. Young Godric grew up learning to wield both wand and sword, understanding that courage was not the absence of fear, but the will to act despite it. The moors where he ran as a boy were places of stark beauty and sudden danger, where a person learned quickly to trust their instincts and stand firm against whatever challenges the wild land might present. Far to the west, in the gentle valleys of Wales, where rivers ran clear and cold from the mountains, where apple orchards bloomed white in spring, and the land itself seemed to pulse with ancient magic, there lived a girl named Helga. The name Hufflepuff had been borne by her family for generations. Humble folk who worked close to the earth, who understood the magic in growing things, in hearth fires and harvest festivals, in the simple act of welcoming a stranger with bread and warmth. Helga's magic manifested early in acts of kindness. She could soothe a crying infant with a touch, encourage a wilting plant to bloom again, heal minor injuries with an instinctive gentleness that seemed to flow from her very soul. Her village, though mostly Muggle, sensed something special in her family, and though they could not name it, they knew that when trouble came, it was to the Hufflepuff cottage they should turn. In the misty highlands of Scotland, where mountains rose sharp and imposing against vast skies, where lochs lay dark and deep as secrets, where the very stones seemed to remember ages beyond human reckoning, there lived a girl named Rowena. The Ravenclaw family had produced scholars and seekers of knowledge for as long as memory served, magical folk who collected books and scrolls, who studied the stars and delved into the mysteries of ancient magic. Young Rowena possessed an intellect that blazed bright even in childhood. She could read by the age of 3, was solving complex magical theorems by 7, and by her 10th year had already begun to question the fundamental nature of magic itself. Her rooms were cluttered with manuscripts and half-finished experiments, with star charts and crystalline devices of her own invention. Where other children played, Rowena pondered the great questions, seeking always to understand the deeper patterns that governed the magical world. And finally, in the flat fen country to the east, where marshlands stretched mysterious and treacherous, where will-o'-the-wisps danced over dark waters, and the land itself seemed to hide secrets beneath its placid surface, there lived a boy named Salazar. The Slytherin line was ancient even then, tracing its heritage back through countless generations of powerful wizards who had survived by their cunning and their intimate understanding of magic's more complex and shadow-touched branches. Salazar grew up learning that survival required cleverness, that the world was not always kind to those who possessed magic, and that pure-blood magical heritage was a precious thing to be preserved. He spoke Parseltongue, that rare gift of serpent speech that marked him as different even among magical folk. The serpent became his symbol, sleek, misunderstood, possessed of an ancient wisdom that others feared to acknowledge. These 4 children, growing up in their separate corners of Britain, knew nothing of one another yet. They could not imagine that their paths would cross, that their combined vision would create something that would endure for 1,000 years and more. But magic, dear listener, has a way of drawing together those who are meant to meet. And as these 4 grew from childhood into adolescence, as they each deepened their understanding of their gifts, and began to see the desperate situation of magical Britain more clearly. The seeds of a shared dream began to germinate in each of their hearts. The land itself in those days was a place of stark contrasts, beauty and brutality existing side by side. Villages of timber and thatch nestled in valleys, their inhabitants eking out livings from the soil, living lives dictated by the seasons and the heavy hand of feudal lords. Great stone castles rose on strategic hilltops, their lords wielding power through force of arms. Monasteries preserved what learning existed, monks copying manuscripts by candlelight in cold scriptoriums. And everywhere, woven through this tapestry of Muggle life, hidden in plain sight, magical folk tried to survive. The persecution was growing worse. As the millennium turned and religious fervor intensified, as fear of the unknown deepened, more and more magical families found themselves in danger. Some fled to remote areas, living in isolation. Others attempted to integrate completely into Muggle society, suppressing their magic until it withered like an unused muscle. Still others fought back, using their powers to defend themselves, and in doing so only confirmed Muggle fears and intensified the cycle of violence. It was a dark time, dear listener, a time when it seemed that magic itself might be extinguished from Britain altogether, snuffed out like a candle in a storm. But in the darkness, hope can take root in unexpected ways, and in 4 separate hearts, in 4 corners of the realm, the same realization was slowly dawning. Something had to be done. Magical children needed a place to learn, to grow, to develop their gifts safely away from hostile eyes. The ancient knowledge needed to be preserved, codified, passed down in formal ways rather than through scattered, desperate whispers. The magical community needed a center, a sanctuary, a home. The 4 founders, though they did not yet know they would be founders of anything, each began to dream of such a place. Godric, standing on a windswept tor as a young man, watching storm clouds gather over the moors, imagined a castle where young wizards could learn to be brave, to stand against darkness without flinching. Helga, working in her family's gardens, encouraging herbs to grow for healing potions, dreamed of a place where every magical child would be welcomed regardless of their blood status or natural ability, where kindness and hard work would be honored as highly as brilliant spellcraft. Rowena, poring over ancient texts by candlelight, envisioned a school where magical knowledge could be gathered and preserved, where the brightest minds could push the boundaries of what was possible, where wisdom would be treasured above all. And Salazar, moving silently through the marshlands he called home, communing with serpents in their ancient tongue, imagined a sanctuary where magical heritage would be protected, where pure-blood wizarding culture could be preserved against the encroaching tide of Muggle influence. 4 dreams, dear listener. 4 visions of what might be. And though these visions were not identical, indeed they contained the seeds of future conflict, they shared a common core, the belief that something better was possible, that magical Britain deserved a future brighter than its present darkness. The stage was set, though the players did not yet know their parts. 4 extraordinary individuals, each shaped by their homeland and their heritage, each gifted with magical power and a vision for how that power might serve a greater purpose. Soon, very soon, their paths would cross. Soon they would recognize in one another the companions they needed to transform their individual dreams into shared reality. Soon they would begin the great work that would echo through centuries, that would shelter and educate countless young witches and wizards that would become legend. But tonight, dear listener, we have only begun our journey. We have glimpsed the ancient world where this tale unfolds, met the four souls at the heart of our story, felt the yearning for something better that burned in each of their hearts. Rest now, as the Britain of 1,000 years ago rests under its blanket of stars. Let your breathing deepen and slow. Feel yourself sinking into comfort and peace. The story is only beginning, and there is so much more to tell, of meetings and friendships, of great works of magic, of a castle rising, stone by stone from a hillside above a black lake, of 4 houses and a sorting hat, of triumph and tragedy, of a legacy that would never die. But for now, simply rest. Let these images of ancient Britain drift through your mind like mist across moorland. Picture 4 children growing up in 4 corners of a realm, each carrying the seed of greatness within them, each moving unknowingly toward a destiny they would forge together. Let us begin in the West, on those wild moorlands where young Godric Gryffindor was learning what it meant to be brave. Picture, if you will, a boy of perhaps 7 years, standing in the courtyard of his family's fortified manor as dawn breaks over the hills. The air is cool and fresh, carrying the scent of heather and morning dew. Godric's father stands before him, a tall man with weathered features and eyes that have seen both wonder and hardship. In his hands, he holds a small wooden practice sword, perfectly sized for a child's grip. "Courage, my son," his father says, his voice deep and measured, "is not something you are born with fully formed. It is a muscle that must be exercised, a skill that must be practiced like any spell or charm." Young Godric nods solemnly, accepting the wooden sword, feeling its weight in his small hands. His father begins to teach him not just the physical movements of swordplay, but the mental discipline required to face fear without fleeing. "You will be afraid many times in your life," his father tells him. "The brave person is not the one who feels no fear. It is the one who acts rightly, despite the fear that grips their heart." These lessons sink deep into Godric's young mind. He practices daily, not just with wooden swords, but with his wand as well, learning that true strength comes from the marriage of physical courage and magical power. His mother, descended from that ancient line of wand-makers, teaches him about the bond between wizard and wand, about the importance of choosing courage even when easier paths present themselves. She tells him stories of their ancestors, witches and wizards who stood against dark forces, who protected the innocent, who never backed down from what was right, even when doing right carried terrible costs. One winter evening, when Godric is 9 years old, something happens that will define him forever. He is walking home across the moorland as twilight deepens into dusk, the sky above streaked with orange and purple, when he hears crying, a sound of pure terror cutting through the cold air. Without hesitation, though fear clutches at his chest, he runs toward the sound. He finds a small muggle girl, perhaps 5 years old, cornered against a rocky outcropping by a wild dog gone mad with hunger and disease. The creature is snarling, teeth bared, preparing to attack. Godric does not think, he acts. His wand is in his hand, though he barely knows how it got there, and a shield charm erupts between the child and the dog, a spell far beyond what a 9-year-old should be capable of. The dog, confused and frightened by the magical barrier, turns and flees into the gathering darkness. Godric stands there trembling, his heart pounding like a drum, as the little girl runs past him toward her distant village. She will never know who saved her. He will never tell anyone what he did. But in that moment, young Godric understands something fundamental about himself. When courage is needed, he will answer the call, regardless of the cost or consequence. Now let us drift east and south, dear listener, to the gentle valleys of Wales, where Helga Hufflepuff's childhood unfolds like the petals of a flower opening to sunlight. Picture a cottage with walls of whitewashed stone and a roof of golden thatch, smoke rising peacefully from its chimney. Around it, gardens burst with vegetables and herbs and flowers, all growing with unusual vigor and health. This is the Hufflepuff home, and it is a place where magic and kindness intertwine so naturally that one cannot be separated from the other. Helga is a child of 6 when we first visit her, kneeling in the garden beside her mother, learning the names of plants and their properties. But Helga is learning more than just herbology. She is learning compassion, patience, the quiet satisfaction of nurturing something from seed to full bloom. Her mother teaches her that every living thing deserves care and attention, that there is no task too humble to be performed with love and dedication. Magic, her mother tells her, pressing seeds into dark soil, is not just about grand gestures and powerful spells. Sometimes the greatest magic is in the simple act of helping something grow. The Hufflepuff family has always lived close to their Muggle neighbors, and unlike many magical families of that era, they do not hide themselves completely away. They are careful, yes, discreet about the more obvious manifestations of their powers, but they allow themselves to be known as helpful folk, as healers and wise counselors. When a farmer's cow falls ill, it is to the Hufflepuffs they come. When a child develops a fever, when crops fail for no apparent reason, when mysterious ailments strike, it is Helga's family who provides aid, using a careful blend of magical and non-magical remedies so that no one quite realizes the true extent of their abilities. Young Helga absorbs these lessons like parched earth absorbing rain. She learns that her magic is not something to be wielded for personal glory, but a gift to be used in service of others. By the age of 8, she can encourage a dying plant back to health with a touch. By 9, she has developed an instinctive sense for healing, able to diagnose ailments simply by being near the afflicted person, feeling in her own body an echo of their pain. By 10, she is accompanying her mother on visits to sick neighbors, learning not just the spells and potions of healing, but the equally important magic of a kind word, a gentle presence, a compassionate heart. One autumn afternoon, when Helga is 11, a traveling family passes through the valley, magical folk clearly, though they try to hide it, fleeing persecution from some other region. They are haggard, exhausted, hungry, and desperate. Many families would turn them away, fearing that association with strangers might draw dangerous attention. But when young Helga sees the family's children, thin, frightened, clinging to their parents, she does not hesitate. She runs to her mother, tugging at her sleeve. "We must help them," she says simply. And in her voice is such certainty, such fundamental decency, that her mother cannot help but smile. The Hufflepuffs take the family in, feed them, provide them with warm beds and healing potions. They ask for nothing in return. When the family leaves 3 days later, rested and restored, heading north to seek relatives in Scotland, they attempt to offer payment. Helga's mother refuses gently. "Pass it forward," she tells them. "When you have opportunity to help another, do so, and the debt will be paid." Young Helga watches this exchange and understands another profound truth about herself and her family. That kindness is not a weakness, but a form of magic more powerful than any spell. That loyalty to the principle of human decency matters more than personal safety or gain. Now, dear listener, let us turn our attention northward to the Scottish Highlands, where Rowena Ravenclaw's brilliant mind is blossoming like a rare flower in an unlikely garden. Picture a tower room in a stone house perched on the shoulder of a mountain, where wind howls outside, but inside, candles burn with steady flames that never flicker, enchanted to provide perfect light for reading. This is Rowena's sanctuary, her realm of thought and study, and she spends every moment she can steal away in this place, surrounded by her beloved books. Rowena is different from other children, and she knows it from her earliest memories. While other girls her age play at games of make-believe or learn domestic skills, Rowena is consumed by questions. How does magic actually work? What are the fundamental laws that govern spellcasting? Why do some wizards display talents in certain areas while struggling with others? Is magical ability fixed at birth, or can it be expanded through study and practice? Her parents, both scholars themselves, recognize the extraordinary nature of their daughter's intellect and do not try to constrain it. Instead, they feed her curiosity with every book and manuscript they can acquire, every scrap of magical knowledge they can provide. By the age of 7, Rowena has already read texts that would challenge adult wizards. By 9, she is conducting her own experiments, carefully documenting the results in neat, precise handwriting. She develops a system for categorizing spells by their underlying magical principles rather than their practical effects, a revolutionary approach that her parents recognize as genuinely innovative. By 11, she has begun to study the stars, understanding that astronomy and divination are not mere superstition, but complex fields of study that require rigorous intellectual engagement. But Rowena's childhood is not all books and solitary study. Her mother ensures that she understands wisdom is more than mere knowledge, that intelligence without compassion is a hollow thing. One winter evening, when Rowena is 10, she becomes frustrated with a particularly difficult magical theorem, throwing her quill down in rare display of temper. "Why can I not understand this?" she demands, close to tears. "I have read everything available on the subject. I have tried every approach I can imagine, and still the solution eludes me." Her mother sits beside her, taking her hand gently. "Because, my darling girl, you are trying to force understanding through sheer willpower. But true wisdom comes not from conquering knowledge, but from opening yourself to it, from acknowledging what you do not know with as much clarity as what you do know. The wisest person is not the one with all the answers, but the one who asks the best questions and remains humble before the vastness of what remains to be discovered." This lesson transforms something fundamental in young Rowena. She learns to balance her fierce intellect with humility, her drive to understand with patience, her love of knowledge with wisdom about its proper use. She begins to see learning not as a competition to be won, but as a lifelong journey to be savored. And she develops a deep conviction that knowledge must be preserved and shared, that each generation has an obligation to pass down what it has learned while remaining open to new discoveries. One spring morning, climbing the mountain behind her home to observe the sunrise, for she has calculated that certain astronomical phenomena will be visible, Rowena has a vision that will haunt her for years. Standing on the mountaintop as dawn breaks, she suddenly sees, as clearly as if it were before her, a castle filled with books and students, a place where knowledge from across the centuries is gathered and preserved, where young minds are challenged and nurtured, where the pursuit of wisdom is honored as the highest calling. The vision lasts only a moment, but it sears itself into her consciousness. She does not yet know that this castle will be real, that she will help to build it. But from this moment forward, the dream lives in her heart. And finally, dear listener, let us visit the fenlands of the East, where Salazar Slytherin's childhood unfolds in shadow and complexity. Picture, if you will, a manor house built on ground that seems solid but is treacherous, where marshland mists rise each evening, where the very air seems thick with secrets. The Slytherin family is old, so old that their origins fade into legend and myth, and they carry their heritage with fierce pride. They are pure bloods, their magical lineage untainted by Muggle ancestry for countless generations, and this fact is central to their identity. Young Salazar grows up hearing stories of his ancestors, powerful witches and wizards who wielded magic of breathtaking subtlety and strength. His grandfather tells him that their family carries responsibilities along with their gifts, that they are guardians of ancient magical knowledge that must not be allowed to fall into unworthy hands. Our blood, his grandfather says, his voice solemn in the candlelit great hall, carries the accumulated magic of 100 generations. This is not a matter of pride, but of fact. We must ensure that this legacy continues, that it is not diluted or lost. Salazar absorbs these teachings, but he is too intelligent to accept them without question. Even as a young child, he possesses a mind of remarkable cunning and perception. He watches his family, observes the world around him, and develops his own understanding of how things work. He learns that survival often requires careful thought, strategic planning, the ability to see several moves ahead like a chess master. He learns that ambition is not something to be ashamed of, but a force that can drive greatness if properly channeled. And he learns that the world is not always kind to those who possess magic, that danger lurks constantly at the edges of their lives. At the age of 8, Salazar discovers that he can speak to serpents, that ancient gift called parseltongue that marks him as different even among magical folk. He does not reveal this ability immediately, even to his family. Instead, he explores it in secret, wandering the marshlands alone, conversing with the snakes that live among the reeds and dark waters. The serpents teach him things about patience, about striking at the right moment, about the wisdom of moving silently through the world. They teach him that being misunderstood is not the same as being evil, that those who inspire fear in others are not necessarily wrong, merely powerful. But Salazar's childhood is not without its moments of genuine connection and warmth. His mother, seeing the intensity with which her son approaches everything, makes sure he understands that cunning and ambition must be balanced with loyalty and honor. There is nothing wrong with wanting greatness, she tells him, with planning carefully. with using your considerable intelligence to achieve your goals. But remember always that true strength includes knowing when to trust, when to ally yourself with others, when to place something larger than yourself above your personal ambitions. One night, when Salazar is 12, Muggle witch hunters attack a neighboring magical family. Salazar watches from hiding as the family's home burns, hears the screams, sees the hatred on the faces of the mob. His family is powerful enough, connected enough, to avoid such persecution themselves, but the event marks Salazar deeply. He understands, with terrible clarity, that the magical world is vulnerable, that Muggles vastly outnumber wizarding folk, that without constant vigilance and careful preservation of magical strength and knowledge, their entire culture could be extinguished. From this moment forward, his conviction that magical heritage must be protected intensifies into something approaching obsession. Yet despite his growing beliefs about blood purity and the need for magical folk to separate themselves from Muggle influence, young Salazar also possesses genuine idealism. He dreams, in his own way, of a better world for witches and wizards, a world where they do not have to hide, where their abilities can be developed fully, where magical knowledge can be preserved and passed down. His vision may differ from what others might imagine, but it comes from a real desire to protect his people, to ensure their survival and flourishing. So we have seen them now, dear listener. 4 children growing into their power and their purpose across the breadth of Britain. Godric learning courage on the windswept moors. Helga discovering compassion in the Welsh valleys. Rowena developing wisdom in the Scottish Highlands. Salazar cultivating cunning in the Eastern Fenlands. 4 very different people shaped by very different circumstances, yet each carrying within them a seed of greatness, each beginning to feel, however dimly, that they are destined for something more than the isolated, hidden lives that most magical folk of their era must accept. They do not yet know one another. They cannot yet imagine that their paths will cross, that their individual dreams will merge into a shared vision, that together they will create something that will endure for 1,000 years. But the time of their meeting draws closer with each passing season. The stage is set, the characters are formed, and soon, very soon, their stories will intertwine in ways that will change magical Britain forever. But for tonight, dear listener, let these 4 childhoods rest gently in your mind. Let yourself drift with images of moorland and valley, highland and fenland, of 4 young people learning their first grade lessons about courage, kindness, wisdom, and ambition. Feel yourself sinking deeper into comfort, your breathing slow and easy, your body completely relaxed. The year, dear listener, is somewhere near 1015, though precise dates from that era are lost to the mists of history. Our 4 founders are now adults. Godric, bold and battle-tested, his reputation as a warrior wizard spreading across the western lands. Helga, beloved in her valley, known far and wide as a healer, whose kindness is matched only by her magical skill. Rowena, whose brilliance has made her name whispered in scholarly circles throughout Britain, a woman whose understanding of magical theory surpasses even the most learned wizards of her age. And Salazar, cunning and formidable, master of the subtle arts, keeper of ancient knowledge, a wizard whose power is both respected and feared. They might never have met at all, these 4, might have lived out their lives in their separate corners of the realm. their individual dreams remaining forever isolated and unrealized. But magic, as we have noted before, has a way of drawing together those who are meant to find one another. And in this case, the catalyst for their meeting was danger, a threat that touched all magical folk, regardless of where they lived or what they believed. Picture, if you will, a cold autumn evening when word spreads through the hidden networks of magical Britain. There is to be a gathering, a secret convocation of the most powerful and influential witches and wizards in the land. The persecution of magical folk has intensified to a degree not seen in generations. Entire families have been destroyed. Ancient magical sites have been desecrated. The scattered nature of the magical community, once a source of safety through obscurity, has become a vulnerability. Isolated individuals and families can be picked off one by one, with no organized response, no unified defense. Something must be done, or magical Britain will cease to exist entirely. The gathering is to take place in a hidden valley in the north, protected by powerful enchantments, accessible only to those with magical ability. Invitations go out not by owl, for even owls can be followed, but by more subtle means. A whisper in a dream, a message that appears in still water, words that form in the smoke of a dying fire. Only the most skilled and powerful wizards receive these invitations, but this meeting will require both magical strength and wisdom if anything useful is to come from it. Godric receives his summons while standing watch on his manor walls at twilight, and he does not hesitate. He gathers his wand and his sword, for he never travels with one without the other, tells his family he does not know when he will return, and sets out northward on foot through country still wild and dangerous. His journey takes 3 days, 3 nights sleeping rough under stars, trusting his instincts and his magic to guide him safely through lands where both natural predators and human threats might strike without warning. But Godric has never backed away from danger when duty calls, and he arrives at the hidden valley as the full moon rises, his scarlet traveling cloak dusty from the road, his bearing proud and ready. Helga receives her summons while tending her gardens at dawn, words forming in the dew on a spider's web, glinting silver in the first light. She feels trepidation, for she is not a warrior or a scholar of great renown, merely a healer, a tender of growing things. But she understands that when times are dark, every light matters, however small. She packs healing potions and medicinal herbs, leaves detailed instructions for those who depend on her care, embraces her aging parents with quiet assurance that she will return, and begins her journey eastward. She travels more slowly than Godric, stopping to help those she encounters along the way. A farmer with a lame horse, a child with a fever, a widow whose well has run dry. Magic, Helga believes, is not something to be hoarded for great occasions, but to be used generously wherever need presents itself. Yet she too arrives at the hidden valley as the moon rises, her yellow traveling cloak bright even in darkness, her expression warm and welcoming. Rowena receives her summons in the most appropriate way, written in stars that only she, with her deep knowledge of astronomy, can read. She sees the message while conducting observations from her mountain tower, and her brilliant mind immediately grasps both the significance and the necessity of attending. She has long believed that the magical community's lack of organization and education is its greatest weakness. And here, perhaps, is an opportunity to address that failing. She packs not weapons or healing supplies, but books and scrolls, parchment and quill, her most precise astronomical instruments. For Rowena understands that lasting change comes not from force of arms or individual acts of kindness, however valuable those might be, but from knowledge, planning, and systematic thinking. Her journey southward is efficient and swift, her blue traveling cloak snapping in the wind as she moves with purpose toward the gathering. She arrives at the hidden valley as moonlight floods the ancient stones, her bearing dignified and thoughtful, and Salazar receives his summons in the way most suited to his nature, whispered to him by a serpent that finds him walking alone through the marshlands at dusk. The message comes in Parseltongue, that ancient language, and Salazar understands immediately that this gathering is important. The decisions made there may determine the future of magical Britain. He prepares carefully, strategically, thinking several moves ahead as is his nature. He brings ancient texts from his family's library, scrolls containing spells and knowledge accumulated over generations. He travels northward through waterways and hidden paths, moving like shadow, arriving at the valley unseen and unheard until he chooses to reveal himself, his green traveling cloak blending with the darkness, his expression guarded and assessing. The hidden valley, dear listener, is a place of ancient power. Stone circles raised by magical folk in ages past stand sentinel on the hilltops surrounding it. A stream runs silver through its center, its waters possessing healing properties. The very air seems to hum with accumulated enchantment. As the full moon rises higher, witches and wizards emerge from the darkness, perhaps 50 in all, perhaps 60, the most powerful and influential magical folk still living in Britain. They gather in a natural amphitheater of grass and stone, illuminated by floating orbs of soft magical light, by the moon above, by the stars that wheel in their eternal dance across the sky. An elderly witch calls the gathering to order, her voice amplified by magic so all can hear. She speaks of the danger facing their people, of families destroyed and knowledge lost, of a magical community bleeding away into extinction through persecution and isolation. Others rise to speak, some advocating for war against the Muggles, others arguing for complete withdrawal and isolation, still others suggesting various forms of accommodation and hiding. The debate grows heated at times, voices raised in anger and fear, for these are desperate days, and desperate days breed desperate proposals. And then Godric stands. He does not shout or demand attention, but something in his bearing, the quiet confidence, the visible courage, makes others fall silent to hear him. "We cannot win a war against the Muggles," he says, simply, his voice carrying clearly in the night air. "They are too many, and such a war would destroy both them and us. Nor can we hide forever, suppressing our magic, living in fear. We will wither like plants denied sunlight. What we need is not a strategy for survival, but a vision for flourishing. We need to think not of how to protect ourselves in this generation, but how to ensure our children's children inherit a magical world worth living in." There is power in his words, and many nod in agreement, but the question remains: what form should such a vision take? Godric sits down, and in the silence that follows, Helga rises. She speaks more softly than Godric, but her words carry weight nonetheless. "Any vision we create must include everyone," she says. "Not just the powerful, not just the pure blood families, not just those with gold or influence. Every magical child deserves a chance to learn, to develop their gifts, to contribute to our community. If we abandon those who are vulnerable, if we protect only the elite, then we become what the Muggles fear, cruel and selfish hoarders of power. Her words stir something in the gathering, and thoughtful expressions replace some of the anger and fear. But still the question persists. How can such ideals be made real? Then Rowena stands, and when she speaks, it is with the clarity of someone who has thought deeply about these problems. What we need, she says, is a school, a place where young witches and wizards can be educated properly, systematically, safely, a place where magical knowledge can be preserved and passed down, a place where community can be built, where children from different backgrounds can learn together, form bonds, create the foundation for a stronger, more unified, magical Britain. The simplicity and rightness of this idea strikes the gathering like a bell being rung. A school, of course. Why has no one suggested this before? But as excitement builds, practical questions arise. Where would such a school be built? Who would teach there? How would students be selected? Who would provide the resources needed for such an ambitious undertaking? The enthusiasm begins to fragment into argument once more, dozens of voices offering conflicting opinions. And then Salazar rises. His presence is different from the others, more commanding, perhaps, or more unsettling. When he speaks, his voice is smooth and controlled, the voice of someone accustomed to being heard. A school is indeed what we need, he says, but it must be a school worthy of our heritage, protective of our culture, selective about who is admitted. We cannot simply gather every child who displays a spark of magic and hope for the best. We must preserve the knowledge and traditions that have been passed down through ancient magical families. We must be strategic, careful, cunning in how we build such an institution, or it will be discovered and destroyed before it can achieve anything lasting. His words create tension. For some hear in them wisdom and practical caution, while others hear elitism and exclusion. But before argument can erupt, something extraordinary happens. The four of them, Godric, Helga, Rowena, and Salazar, find their eyes meeting across the gathered crowd. And in that moment, dear listener, something clicks into place, some recognition that goes beyond words or logic. They see in one another not enemies or rivals, but complementary strengths, pieces of a puzzle that might fit together into something greater than any of them could achieve alone. The meeting continues late into the night, but again and again, the discussion returns to these four. Godric speaks of courage and protection, of creating a place where young wizards can learn to stand against darkness. Helga speaks of kindness and inclusion, of making sure every student feels valued and welcomed. Rowena speaks of wisdom and knowledge, of building a library and curriculum that will preserve and expand magical learning. Salazar speaks of cunning and tradition, of protecting what they build from those who would destroy it. They do not agree on everything, far from it, but they begin to see how their different perspectives might balance and strengthen one another. As dawn approaches, as the moon sets and the stars fade and the first pale light touches the eastern horizon, the elderly witch who called the gathering speaks once more. It seems, she says, a smile in her voice, that we have found our founders, four individuals with the vision, the power, and the complementary strengths needed to create what we have envisioned tonight. The question before them now is simple. Will you do this? Will you four work together to build a school for magical Britain? The four look at one another. In the growing light, their faces show different emotions. Godric's eager determination, Helga's warm hope, Rowena's thoughtful calculation, Salazar's careful assessment. They are very different people, dear listener, shaped by different experiences, holding different values. The potential for conflict exists between them, seeds that will eventually grow into the discord that mars their later years. But in this moment, in this dawn after a night of revelation and possibility, what they share is stronger than what divides them. One by one, they nod. One by one, they speak their agreement. Yes, they will do this. They will work together. They will build a school such as magical Britain has never seen, a place of learning and safety, of tradition and innovation, of strength and compassion. They will find a location, design a castle, develop a curriculum, determine how to select and sort students. They will pour their magic and their wisdom and their very selves into this work. They will create something that will outlive them all. The gathering disperses as full morning arrives, witches and wizards returning to their homes across Britain, carrying with them hope they had not felt in years. But the four founders remain, and as the last attendees disappear into the forest and hills, Godric, Helga, Rowena, and Salazar stand together in the center of the ancient stone circle and begin to talk in earnest about what they will build together. They talk for hours, dear listener, sitting on sun-warmed stones, using sticks to draw diagrams in the earth, their different perspectives creating a rich and complex vision. Godric envisions towers where students can learn defensive magic and dueling. Helga imagines kitchens and gardens and comfortable common rooms where students will feel at home. Rowena describes a library that would contain every significant magical text in Britain, classrooms designed for optimal learning, spaces for experimentation and discovery. Salazar speaks of hidden chambers and protective enchantments, of dungeons and secret passages, of a school that can defend itself against any threat. By the time the sun reaches its zenith, they have made their first crucial decision: the location. It must be remote enough to be hidden from Muggle eyes, yet accessible to magical folk from across Britain. It must be on land with inherent magical properties. For building a school will require enormous amounts of magic, and a location where magic naturally concentrates will make their work easier. And ideally, it should be beautiful, for beauty itself can be a form of teaching, a daily reminder that magic is not merely a tool, but an art. Rowena has brought maps, of course, and she spreads them on a flat stone. Together, the four of them study the geography of Britain, discussing various possibilities. It is Salazar who suggests they look northward, toward Scotland, where vast stretches of land remain wild and unsettled. It is Helga who points out that students will need access to varied environments for their studies, forests for herbology, mountains for magical creatures, water for various purposes. And it is Godric who, running his finger across the map, stops at a location in the Scottish Highlands, beside a lake marked on the ancient chart in faded ink. Here, he says simply, and something in his voice, some certainty, makes the others lean closer to look. The location is perfect, remote but not inaccessible, in a valley surrounded by mountains, beside a large lake that the map labels simply as the Black Water. The land there is ancient, marked with symbols suggesting It has been a site of magical significance for centuries, perhaps millennia. Here, Rowena agrees, her analytical mind quickly grasping the advantages of the location. Here, Helga adds, her intuition telling her that this place will be welcoming, nurturing, right? Here, Salazar confirms, seeing the strategic defensibility, the natural protections the terrain offers. And so it is decided, dear listener, the location is chosen. All that remains is to travel there, to see with their own eyes the land where they will build their dream, and to begin the extraordinary work of raising a castle from stone and magic and vision. But that is a tale for another night. For now, let yourself rest with this image. 4 founders standing together in morning sunlight, having found one another at last, having articulated a shared vision, having taken the first steps toward creating something that will endure for 1,000 years. Feel the rightness of this moment, the sense of destiny being fulfilled, of separate paths converging into one great road forward. Picture, if you will, a morning in early spring, when the last snows are melting from the mountain peaks and the first wildflowers are pushing through the earth. The 4 founders stand together at the edge of a great black lake, its waters dark and deep and still as polished obsidian. Behind them rise mountains, their slopes covered in ancient pine forests. Before them, a hillside sweeps upward from the lakeshore, rocky and wild, dotted with heather and gorse, empty of any human construction. This is the place they have chosen. This is where Hogwarts will rise. They have traveled here separately over the past weeks, each making their own preparations, each bringing what they believe will be needed for the work ahead. Now they stand together in the morning light, 4 cloaks of scarlet, yellow, blue and green stirring gently in the breeze that comes off the water. For a long moment, they simply stand in silence, feeling the magic of this place, sensing the rightness of their choice. The land itself seems to welcome them, seems to have been waiting for them, holding itself in readiness for what they will create here. Godric is the first to speak, his voice warm with emotion. Before we begin the physical work of building, he says, let us speak our intentions aloud. Let us articulate what we hope to create here so that our magic will be unified in purpose. The others nod in agreement, understanding that magic responds not merely to words and wand movements, but to intention, to the clarity of vision and strength of will behind the spell. Rowena steps forward, drawing her wand, its wood dark and smooth, its core containing a feather from a bird of remarkable intelligence. She points her wand at the hillside and speaks in a clear, measured voice. I, Rowena Ravenclaw, pledge to build here a place of learning and wisdom, where knowledge will be treasured and preserved, where young minds will be challenged and expanded, where the mysteries of magic will be explored with rigor and joy. Let this school be a beacon of intellectual light in a world too often darkened by ignorance. As she speaks, dear listener, a blue shimmer appears in the air above the hillside, a ghost image of towers and spires, library windows and observatory domes, the architectural manifestation of her vision. It hangs there for a moment, translucent and beautiful, before fading slowly back into invisibility. But something remains, a sense that the land has heard her, has accepted her intention, has begun the subtle work of preparing itself to receive what she will build. Helga steps forward next, her wand of applewood warm in her hand. She faces the hillside with an expression of profound kindness, seeing not what is, but what will be. young students finding comfort and a home in this place. I, Helga Hufflepuff, pledge to build here a place of belonging and acceptance, where every student will be valued regardless of their background or natural ability, where hard work and loyalty will be honored, where compassion will be as important as cleverness, where no child will ever feel unwelcome or alone. Let this school be a home for all who need one. A golden shimmer appears as she speaks, overlaying Rowena's blue, images of warm common rooms and welcoming kitchens, of gardens and greenhouses, of spaces designed for comfort and community. The two visions blend together in the air, blue and gold intertwining, and the land seems to sigh with contentment, as if it too recognizes the rightness of combining wisdom with kindness, learning with belonging. Salazar steps forward, his wand of dark wood gripped firmly, its serpent-scale core resonant with his particular magical signature. His voice, when he speaks, is controlled, precise, but not without its own passion. I, Salazar Slytherin, pledge to build here a place of protection and preservation, where magical heritage will be safeguarded, where cunning and ambition will be recognized as virtues, where students will learn not merely spells, but strategy, not merely magic, but how to survive and thrive in a dangerous world. Let this school be strong enough to endure whatever threatens it. A green shimmer joins the blue and gold, images of dungeons and secret passages, of protective enchantments and hidden chambers, of a school that is not merely beautiful and welcoming, but formidable, defensible, impossible to breach without permission. The three colors swirl together now in the morning air, and the magic intensifies, becoming almost visible even without the translucent architectural projections. Finally, Godric steps forward, and as he does, his hand rests on the pommel of his sword, as well as gripping his wand, for he alone among them carries both implements of power. His voice rings out strong and clear across the valley. I, Godric Gryffindor, pledge to build here a place of courage and valor, where young witches and wizards will learn to stand against darkness without flinching, where bravery will be cultivated as carefully as any spell, where students will understand that with great power comes great responsibility, and that the true measure of a wizard is not their magical strength, but their willingness to use that strength in defense of what is right. Let this school produce generations of the brave. A scarlet shimmer joins the other three colors, and now the entire hillside seems to glow with combined magic, blue and gold and green and scarlet swirling together, blending and separating and blending again, creating patterns of breathtaking complexity and beauty. The four founders feel their individual magics resonating with one another, feel how their different visions, rather than conflicting, actually strengthen and complete each other. In this moment, dear listener, they are perfectly unified, four voices singing in harmony, four wands channeling power toward a single magnificent purpose. Together, they speak as one, their voices overlapping and amplifying each other. We pledge to build a Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Let it rise from this hillside. Let it stand for 1,000 years and more. Let it shelter and teach and transform all who pass through its doors. Let it be more than stone and spell. Let it be legacy. Let it be hope. Let it be home. And then, dear listener, they begin to build in earnest. The magic required is immense, more than any single wizard could hope to channel. But they are not single wizards. They are four of the most powerful magical individuals in Britain, Working in concert, their combined abilities multiplying rather than merely adding together. They work from dawn until dusk, day after day, week after week, as spring deepens and summer approaches, and slowly, magnificently, Hogwarts begins to rise. The foundation comes first. Salazar takes the lead on this, using his deep knowledge of protective enchantments to sink the castle's roots deep into the magical bedrock of the hillside. He works with earth and stone, speaking to them in languages older than English, coaxing them into configurations that will support unimaginable weight while remaining flexible enough to accommodate the castle's future growth. For they all understand that Hogwarts will be a living thing, changing and expanding as the centuries pass. Deep beneath where the castle will stand, he creates chambers and passages, some of which he shares with the others, some of which he keeps secret even from his fellow founders. For Salazar believes in the wisdom of hidden reserves, of paths known only to those with the cunning to find them. As Salazar works below ground, Godric focuses on the castle's defensive structures. He raises towers at strategic points, designs battlements and walls that will resist both magical and mundane assault, creates enchantments that will alert the castle to approaching danger. His magic is bold and forthright, manifesting in strong, clean lines, in towers that reach toward the sky with confidence and courage. He places his own tower on the southwest side of the castle, where it will catch the afternoon sun, where scarlet and gold banners will one day fly, where students sorted into Gryffindor House will live and learn and forge bonds of friendship that will last their entire lives. Helga, meanwhile, attends to the spaces where students will actually live. Working closely with both Godric and Rowena, she designs common rooms that will feel welcoming and safe, dormitories where students can rest peacefully, corridors wide enough to accommodate crowds of young people moving between classes without feeling cramped or anxious. But her greatest work is beneath the ground floor, where she creates kitchens vast and warm, with great fireplaces that will never grow cold, with preparation areas where house elves, for they will eventually employ these willing magical helpers, can work their own form of magic, transforming raw ingredients into feasts that will nourish both body and spirit. Near the kitchens, she places the Hufflepuff common room, round and cozy, with windows that let in light but never drafts, a place that will always feel like home to those who find their way there. And Rowena, dear listener, Rowena focuses her formidable intellect on the spaces of learning and wisdom. She designs classrooms with acoustics that carry a teacher's voice clearly to every corner without amplification. She creates a library that defies ordinary spatial limitations, its shelves capable of holding far more books than the physical dimensions should allow, its reading areas placed to catch perfect natural light at different times of day. High in the western tower, the tallest of all the castle's spires, she places the Ravenclaw common room and dormitories, accessible only by answering a riddle, for she believes that even the act of entering one's home should be an opportunity for learning and mental exercise. At the very top of this tower, she builds an observatory with a domed ceiling that can open to the stars, where future generations of students will study the heavens and divine the patterns written in celestial movements. As the weeks pass and summer arrives in full, the castle grows more substantial, more real. What began as foundation stones and framework becomes walls and floors, staircases and corridors, chambers and halls. The four founders work sometimes together, sometimes separately, but always with an underlying coordination, their individual contributions weaving together into a coherent whole. They argue sometimes, their different perspectives leading to disagreements about design, choices, or priorities. But they always find compromises, always return to their shared vision of what Hogwarts must be. One evening, as they take their rest beside the lake after a particularly exhausting day of spellwork, Godric looks up at what they have created and shakes his head in wonder. "It's really happening," he says quietly. "It's becoming real. I can see students walking those corridors, hear their voices echoing in those halls, imagine them learning and growing and becoming the witches and wizards they were meant to be. We will need to determine how to select them," Rowena says thoughtfully, her gaze also fixed on the rising castle. "How to decide which children should be invited to study here, and once they arrive, how to sort them into our four houses. We cannot interview each child personally. There will be too many, and we four will be busy with teaching and administration." This question has troubled them all, and for a time they sit in silence, watching the last light fade from the sky, stars beginning to emerge in the deepening blue above. It is Helga who finally speaks, her voice tentative but thoughtful. "What if," she says slowly, "we created something that could sort them for us? Something that contained our combined wisdom and judgment, that could look at a child and see which house would suit them best." "You mean an object," Salazar says, catching her meaning immediately. "Something we could enchant with our combined consciousness, our understanding of what each house represents and values." "Precisely," Rowena agrees, her mind already racing ahead. "It would need to be something we all contributed to, something that could evaluate not just a child's stated preferences, but their deeper nature, their potential, their truest self." Godric reaches up and removes his hat, a somewhat battered pointed wizard's hat that he has worn for years, that has accompanied him through adventures and battles, that has become almost a part of him. He holds it thoughtfully, turning it in his hands. "What about this?" he says. "It's mine, but I would gladly offer it for such a purpose. It's a hat, something that sits on one's head, close to one's thoughts and mind. Perhaps that proximity would help it perceive what it needs to know about each student." The others consider this, and slowly smiles spread across their faces. It is perfect, actually. Humble, yet functional. Godric's hat transformed into something that will serve all four houses equally. That very night, they begin the enchantment process. Each of them places a hand on the hat, and each of them pours into it their understanding of what their house represents, what qualities they most value, what kind of students they hope to teach. The magic they work is subtle and complex, more like teaching than like typical spellcasting, for they are essentially creating a consciousness, limited but real, that will persist long after they themselves have passed from the world. Godric gives the hat his courage, his sense of valor and determination, his belief that bravery is the highest virtue. Helga gives it her kindness, her conviction that hard work and loyalty matter more than natural talent, her certainty that everyone deserves a chance. Rowena gives it her wisdom, her love of learning and clever thinking, her belief that intelligence and creativity are paths to greatness. And Salazar gives it his cunning, his appreciation for ambition and strategy, his understanding that sometimes the subtle path is wiser than the obvious one. When they finish, deep into the night, with the full moon casting silver light across the lake, the hat stirs of its own accord. A rip near the brim opens like a mouth, and the hat speaks in a voice that somehow contains elements of all four of their voices blended together. "I am ready," it says simply. "I will sort them true. I will look into their hearts and see where they belong. I will serve Hogwarts faithfully for as long as the school endures." They call it the sorting hat, and they know that they have created something remarkable, something that will become as much a part of Hogwarts tradition as the castle itself. The summer passes in continued building and enchanting. They add moving staircases, Rowena's idea, designed to keep students alert and adaptable, to prevent the castle from becoming too predictable. They hang portraits of themselves and other witches and wizards, enchanting them with fragments of consciousness so that the castle will never be entirely empty of counsel and guidance. They coax ghosts to take up residence, spectral beings who choose to remain in the mortal world, who will provide both company and historical continuity. They place suits of armor as guardians and decorations. They create the Great Hall, vast and magnificent, with a ceiling that will reflect the sky above, with long tables where the four houses will dine together, with a raised platform where teachers will sit and students will be sorted. As autumn approaches, as the leaves on the surrounding forest begin to turn gold and scarlet, as the first cool winds blow down from the mountains, the castle is essentially complete. It stands proud and strong on its hillside, towers reaching toward the sky, windows glowing with magical light, a place of beauty and power and welcome. The four founders stand together once more at the lakeshore, looking up at what they have created, and for a long moment, none of them can speak, overcome by the magnitude of what they have accomplished. "It's ready," Helga finally whispers, tears glistening in her eyes. "It's ready for students, ready to become what it was always meant to be. Not just a building, but a school, a home, a sanctuary." "Then let us send out the invitations," Godric says, his voice thick with emotion. "Let us find the children who need us, who need this place. Let us begin the real work. Not building walls, but building futures. Not casting spells on stone, but on young hearts and minds." And so, dear listener, as summer fades into autumn, messages begin going out across magical Britain. Owls carry letters, sealed with wax bearing the Hogwarts crest. A lion, a badger, an eagle, and a serpent. The four house animals arranged around a great letter, H. The letters arrive at homes where magical children live, appearing mysteriously on doorsteps or windowsills, inviting these young witches and wizards to attend Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, to begin their education on the 1st of September, to become part of something extraordinary. And in the castle above the Black Lake, four founders prepare to welcome their first students, to begin teaching and guiding and shaping the next generation of magical Britain. The building is complete. The real work is about to begin. But that, dear listener, is a tale for another night. For now, rest with this image, a castle standing proud and ready on its hillside, its windows glowing warm in the gathering dusk, its founders standing together looking up at their creation with wonder and hope and fierce determination to make it everything they have dreamed it could be. Picture, if you will, the Great Hall on that 1st September morning when students arrived. The enchanted ceiling shows a perfect autumn sky, wisps of cloud drifting across brilliant blue. The 4 long house tables stand ready, though only a handful of students sit at each one. Perhaps 30 children in total have come this first year. 30 young witches and wizards whose families trusted them to this new venture, this untested school in the Highlands. They are nervous, these children, their eyes wide as they take in the magnificence surrounding them, the floating candles and moving portraits, the ghosts drifting peacefully through walls, the very air humming with accumulated magic. The sorting hat sits on a 3-legged stool before them, and one by one, the children approach to be sorted. The hat deliberates over each student, sometimes quickly, sometimes taking long minutes to decide, and as each child is assigned their house, cheers erupt from the appropriate table. Godric beams with pride as students join Gryffindor. Helga welcomes each Hufflepuff with personal warmth. Rowena nods approvingly as clever minds are directed to Ravenclaw. And Salazar watches with satisfaction as the cunning and ambitious find their place at the Slytherin table. When the sorting concludes and the feast begins, platters of food appearing magically on the tables, the kitchens below working their own form of wonder, the 4 founders look at one another across the hall and share a moment of pure joy. They have done it. The dream is real. The school lives. The early years, dear listener, are golden indeed. The founders throw themselves into teaching with passion and dedication. Godric teaches defense against the dark arts and dueling, his lessons balanced between practical skill and moral philosophy. He wants his students to understand not merely how to fight, but why some fights are worth having and others should be avoided, not merely how to cast protective spells, but what they are protecting and why it matters. His classes are energetic, sometimes held outdoors on the grounds when weather permits, and his students adore him for his warmth and encouragement, the way he makes even the most timid child feel capable of courage. Helga teaches herbology and what will eventually be called potions, though in these early days the disciplines are less formally separated. Her lessons take place in greenhouses she has coaxed into existence on the castle grounds, and in classrooms where cauldrons bubble and simmer, filling the air with complex scents, both pleasant and challenging. But more than specific subjects, Helga teaches acceptance and perseverance. She has a gift for seeing potential in students others might overlook, for encouraging those who struggle, for making every child feel valued. Students who fail a spell in other classes often find their way to Helga's greenhouse, where her gentle encouragement helps them regain confidence. Rowena teaches charms and transfiguration, though her true passion is for pushing magical theory forward. Her classes are intellectually demanding. She expects her students to understand not merely how to perform spells, but why they work. What underlying principles govern magical transformation and enchantment? She creates independent study programs for her brightest students, encouraging them to pursue research that interests them. Her library grows constantly as she acquires texts from across Britain and beyond, and she often can be found there late at night, reading by candlelight, always seeking to expand her own understanding alongside that of her students. And Salazar teaches what he calls the subtle arts, a combination of what will later be separated into various disciplines, including what some whisper is dark magic, though Salazar bristles at the term. His lessons focus on strategy and cunning, on understanding magic's more complex applications, on defensive spells that shade into offensive ones, on the importance of being prepared for threats both obvious and hidden. His students learn to think several moves ahead, to recognize that the most powerful magic is often the most subtle. He is a demanding teacher, accepting nothing less than excellence. But those who meet his standards receive his fierce loyalty and support. The castle itself seems to come alive with the presence of students. Laughter echoes in corridors that had known only the footsteps of founders. Young voices practice pronunciation of spells in classrooms. The library rustles with turning pages. The great hall fills 3 times daily with the comfortable noise of communal dining. Portraits gossip and offer advice to passing students. Ghosts tell stories of magical history. House rivalries develop, but in these early years, they are friendly competitions. Quidditch has not yet been invented, but students compete in academic challenges, in spellcasting tournaments, in debates about magical theory. The founders work together smoothly during these golden years, their different teaching styles and perspectives complementing rather than conflicting with one another. When Godric pushes a student toward bravery, Helga ensures they understand compassion. When Rowena challenges minds perhaps too harshly, Godric reminds her that courage takes many forms, including the courage to admit confusion. When Salazar's lessons edge toward territory others find uncomfortable, Rowena engages him in philosophical debate that sharpens both their thinking. Evening finds them often gathered in a private chamber near the Great Hall, reviewing the day's lessons, discussing individual students, planning curriculum for coming weeks. They share meals together, these 4, and in the warmth of firelight, with good food and better company, they remember why they embarked on this venture, why the difficulties and disagreements that sometimes arise are worth navigating. They are building something larger than themselves, something that will endure. And in these moments, the friendship between them feels unbreakable. Years pass in this way, dear listener. Each September, bringing new students. Each June, sending forth young witches and wizards better educated than any previous generation. The school's reputation grows. More families send their children. The castle expands subtly to accommodate increased numbers, rooms appearing where they are needed, corridors adjusting themselves, the magic of the place responding to the founders' ongoing intentions. Hogwarts becomes established, becomes trusted, becomes home to hundreds of students who will graduate and go forth into magical Britain, carrying with them the values and knowledge they learned within these walls. But slowly, gradually, like shadows lengthening as afternoon turns toward evening, tensions begin to emerge between the founders. The seeds of discord, present from the beginning in their different perspectives and values, begin to germinate and grow. It starts, as such things often do, with disagreements about individual students. Salazar grows increasingly vocal about his belief that certain children, those from Muggle families, those with no magical heritage, should not be admitted to Hogwarts. We are squandering our time and resources, he argues one evening in their private chamber, his voice tense with frustration, teaching those who have no true understanding of magical culture, no appreciation for the traditions we are trying to preserve. Worse, we are potentially exposing ourselves to danger. These Muggle-born students return to their non-magical families each summer And who knows what they might reveal, what attention they might draw to our location. Godric responds with barely contained anger. We do not choose our students based on their parentage, but on their magical ability and their character. Some of our brightest students come from non-magical families. Would you have us turn them away, leave them to stumble through life without proper training, simply because their parents lack magic? That is not courage, Salazar. That is cowardice disguised as prudence. Helga tries to mediate, her voice gentle but firm. Every child with magical ability deserves a chance to learn, deserves to be welcomed here. The circumstances of one's birth should not determine one's opportunities. Surely we can agree on this fundamental principle. But Rowena, ever analytical, sees complexity where others see clarity. Salazar raises points worthy of consideration, she says carefully, even if his conclusions are ones I cannot fully endorse. The question of how we maintain secrecy and safety while serving all magical children is not a simple one. Perhaps we need more structured approaches to ensuring students from non-magical backgrounds understand the importance of discretion. These debates recur with increasing frequency and intensity. Salazar becomes more entrenched in his positions, more suspicious of Muggle-born students, more convinced that the other founders are being dangerously naive. The others grow frustrated with what they see as his prejudice, his unwillingness to embrace the inclusive vision that Helga especially holds dear. The evening gatherings that once brought them together now sometimes end with sharp words, with slammed doors, with long silences that feel more hostile than peaceful. The students sense the growing tension, though they do not fully understand its source. They notice that Professor Slytherin rarely speaks to Professor Gryffindor anymore, except when necessary. They observe that discussions between the founders during meals are brief and formal, where once they were warm and animated. The house rivalries, once friendly, begin to take on harder edges. Slytherin students, taking cues from their founder, begin to look down on those from Muggle families. Gryffindor students respond with anger and defensiveness. Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw students find themselves caught between, trying to maintain the unity that seems to be crumbling. The castle itself seems to feel the discord. Corridors that once adjusted themselves helpfully now sometimes shift in ways that separate the founders from one another. Portraits that used to facilitate communication between different areas of the school fall silent. The magic that built Hogwarts was magic of unity, and as that unity fractures, subtle changes ripple through the very stones. Yet still, for several more years, they continue. They continue teaching, continue running the school, continue somehow maintaining the outward appearance of cooperation, even as the friendship between them, especially between Salazar and the others, deteriorates. They do this because they still believe in Hogwarts, still understand that what they have built matters more than their personal disagreements. They do this for the students, for the dream they once shared, for the vision of a magical Britain that is educated, prepared, united. But everyone who observes them, the portraits, the ghosts, the more perceptive students, understands that something precious is being lost, that the golden years are fading into something more complicated, more painful. They understand that the question is no longer whether the founders will remain united, but rather how much longer. The fragile bonds between them can withstand the growing pressure of their fundamental disagreements. On one late autumn evening, as storm clouds gather over the castle and rain begins to fall, the four founders sit together in their chamber for what will prove to be one of their final peaceful meetings. They are older now, years of teaching and managing the school, having left their marks in silver hair and lined faces. For a long time, they sit in silence, watching fire dance in the hearth, listening to rain against windows, each lost in their own thoughts. Finally, Helga speaks, her voice sad. "We are losing something precious," she says simply. "Can we not find our way back to the unity we once shared?" Godric shakes his head slowly. Some differences run too deep to bridge with good intentions alone. Rowena, ever the scholar, adds quietly, "Perhaps all partnerships contain within them the seeds of their own dissolution. Perhaps what matters is not that we remain together forever, but what we accomplish while unity lasts." Salazar says nothing, but his silence speaks volumes. His face is closed, distant, already half departed from their fellowship. The fire crackles, the rain falls, and the four founders sit together, perhaps knowing that their time as unified creators is drawing toward its end, that difficult days lie ahead, that the school they built together will soon be tested by the fracturing of its founding vision. But Hogwarts stands, dear listener. The castle endures, and whatever trials await, the magic woven into these stones, the dream embedded in these halls that will persist beyond any personal tragedy, any friendship's ending. Picture, if you will, a grey morning in late autumn, when mist hangs heavy over the black lake and the castle seems to brood beneath lowering clouds. The students are in classes, their voices echoing distantly through stone corridors. But in the founder's private chamber, a meeting is taking place that will alter Hogwarts forever. The four sit around a table that has witnessed countless discussions, but the warmth that once characterized their gatherings has long since fled. The air feels thick with unspoken tension, with accumulated grievances, with the weight of irreconcilable differences. Salazar speaks first, his voice controlled, but carrying an edge sharp as a blade. "I can no longer continue as I have been," he says, not looking at the others, but at the fire burning in the hearth. "We have fundamentally different visions for what this school should be, for whom it should serve. I believed when we began that we shared a commitment to preserving magical heritage, to protecting our culture from dilution and corruption. I see now that I was mistaken." Godric's jaw tightens, but before he can respond, Helga speaks, her voice pleading. "Salazar, please, we have built something extraordinary together. Our differences need not destroy what we have created. Can we not find compromise? Cannot—" "There is no compromise to be found," Salazar interrupts, his tone final. "You would fill this school with anyone who shows a spark of magic, regardless of their heritage or understanding of our world. You see this as generosity. I see it as suicide, the slow death of everything that makes magical Britain worth preserving. Every Muggle-born student we accept is a potential threat, a weak point in our defenses, a dilution of the pure magical bloodlines that have maintained our culture for millennia." Now Godric rises, his chair scraping against stone, his face flushed with anger. "You speak of purity as if it were a virtue, but what I hear is fear and prejudice. Some of our finest students come from non-magical families. They bring fresh perspectives, new ways of thinking about magic. They are not a threat. They are a gift, and your inability to see that shows how narrow your vision has become. Rowena, ever the voice of reason even in crisis, speaks carefully. Perhaps the truth lies somewhere between your positions. Salazar, your concerns about preserving magical knowledge and maintaining secrecy are not entirely without merit. But Godric and Helga are also right that we cannot simply exclude those born to Muggle parents. They are part of our community whether we acknowledge them or not. The question is how we integrate them safely and well. But Salazar is shaking his head, standing now, his green robes swirling around him. There is no integration possible that does not compromise what we should be protecting. I have tried for years to make you understand this. I have argued and explained and warned, but you will not listen. Very well. I will no longer be complicit in what I see as the gradual destruction of everything I value. I am leaving Hogwarts. The words fall into the chamber like stones into still water, creating ripples of shock and dismay. Helga gasps, tears springing to her eyes. Even Godric, angry as he is, looks stricken. Rowena's face remains composed, but her hands tremble slightly as they rest on the table. You would abandon what we built together, Helga whispers. You would leave the students who depend on you, who look to you for guidance. Salazar, I beg you to reconsider. Whatever our disagreements, surely the school itself matters more than... The school as it exists now is not what I agreed to build, Salazar says, and there is genuine pain in his voice beneath the anger and conviction. It has become something I cannot support. Better to leave now than to remain and watch it continue down a path I believe leads to ruin. He moves toward the door, but Godric's voice stops him. If you leave, leave cleanly. Do not poison what remains with your bitterness. The students, all the students, including those in Slytherin House, deserve better than to be caught in the middle of our conflict. Salazar turns, and for a moment, something complicated crosses his face. Regret, perhaps, or acknowledgement of the friendship that once existed between them and now lies shattered. I have no quarrel with the students, he says quietly. They are why I helped build this place. I want them to be safe, to be educated, to carry forward magical tradition and knowledge. We simply disagree about how best to achieve those goals. Then tell me, Rowena says, rising now, her voice urgent. Before you go, tell me truly, is this really about blood purity and Muggle-born students? Or is this about something deeper, about control and fear, about being unable to accept that the school has grown beyond any single founder's vision into something that belongs now to all of us, to the students, to magical Britain itself? Salazar is silent for a long moment, and when he speaks, his voice is soft, but no less final. Perhaps it is all of those things. Perhaps I am wrong about some elements and right about others. Perhaps only time will tell whether my warnings were wisdom or prejudice. But I know that I cannot stay and be true to myself, to what I believe, and so I go. He reaches the door, pauses with his hand on the ancient wood. I am leaving something behind, he says without turning. Deep beneath the castle, in chambers only I can access, I have created a space, a place where my ideals might be preserved, where one day, if ever a true heir of Slytherin comes to Hogwarts, they might find something of value, something that remembers what I tried to protect. What have you done? Godric demands, alarm in his voice. What chambers? What magic have you worked in secret? But Salazar simply shakes his head. Nothing that will harm the school or its students, unless they deserve harming, unless they are the threats I fear. Consider it my final gift and my last warning. Farewell, my former friends. I wish you well, even as I believe you are mistaken. May Hogwarts endure, in whatever form it takes. And then he is gone, the door closing softly behind him, his footsteps echoing down the corridor and fading into silence. The three remaining founders stand in the chamber that suddenly feels too large, too empty, staring at the door through which their colleague, their friend, their fellow creator has departed, knowing they will never see him again. For a long time, dear listener, they simply stand in silence, each processing the magnitude of what has occurred. Helga weeps quietly, grieving not just the loss of Salazar, but the death of the dream of perfect unity, the shattering of the fellowship that built Hogwarts. Godric paces like a caged lion, anger and sorrow warring in his expression. Rowena sinks back into her chair, her brilliant mind already working through the implications, the challenges they will face, the adjustments they must make. Finally, it is Rowena who speaks, her voice steady despite the tears on her cheeks. "We must go on," she says simply. "The students need us. The school needs us. Salazar has made his choice, painful as it is, and now we must make ours. Do we let this destroy what we have built? Or do we find a way to continue, to honor what was good in our founding vision while letting go of what proved impossible to sustain?" "We continue," Godric says firmly, though his voice is rough with emotion. "We owe that much to the students, to the families who trusted their children to us, to magical Britain itself. But we must also search the castle, find whatever Salazar has hidden, ensure that his parting gift poses no danger." They search, dear listener, for days and weeks. But whatever chambers Salazar created, whatever magic he worked in the castle's depths, they cannot find it. The Chamber of Secrets, as it will come to be called in whispered legend, remains hidden, sealed, accessible only to those who can speak the serpent's tongue, waiting through the centuries for the heir that Salazar believed would one day come. But life at Hogwarts continues. The three remaining founders throw themselves into teaching and administration with renewed dedication, perhaps trying to fill the void left by Salazar's departure through sheer effort and will. They speak to the students about what has happened, explaining with as much grace as they can manage that Professor Slytherin has chosen to pursue other paths, that his house will continue, that his legacy at Hogwarts remains honored even as they must move forward without him. And in this time of grief and adjustment, each of the three founders creates something, an artifact that will carry forward their essence, their values, their magic, long after they themselves have passed from the world. Godric commissions from the finest goblin smiths a sword, its blade forged with silver and rubies, its hilt wrapped in gold. But the true magic he places in this weapon goes far beyond its physical beauty. He enchants it so that it will appear to any true Gryffindor in their moment of greatest need, so that it will absorb that which makes it stronger, so that it can never be used by those who are cowardly or cruel. The sword of Gryffindor becomes more than a weapon. It becomes a symbol of courage that will serve worthy wizards for 1,000 years. Helga takes a golden cup, simple in its beauty, and pours into it her magic of nurture and sustenance. She enchants it so that it will never empty of whatever its holder most needs to drink, so that it represents the abundance that comes from generosity, the plenty that flows from kindness. Hufflepuff's cup becomes a symbol of the nourishment, physical and spiritual, that she believes every person deserves. And Rowena, with her diadem, a beautiful circlet of silver and sapphires, creates perhaps the most ambitious enchantment of all. She imbues it with magic, meant to enhance the wisdom and intelligence of whoever wears it, to clarify thought and sharpen mind. Wit beyond measure is man's greatest treasure. She has the words inscribed upon it, and Ravenclaw's diadem becomes a symbol of the intellectual pursuit she values above all. They do not know, cannot know, that Salazar too has created such an artifact, a locket bearing the Slytherin crest, already passed down through his family line, enchanted with his own complex magic. 4 artifacts, 4 founders, 4 legacies that will persist through centuries of change and challenge. The years continue to pass, dear listener, and the 3 remaining founders grow older, their hair silver, their faces lined by time and care. They have learned to work together in this new configuration, have found a rhythm that honors Salazar's absence while not being defined by it. Students continue to arrive each September, continue to be sorted into 4 houses, for they have kept Slytherin House alive, have ensured that ambition and cunning continue to be valued at Hogwarts, even without their original champion present. They train younger teachers to eventually take their places, understanding that Hogwarts must outlive its founders, that the school belongs now not to them, but to the future. And as their final years approach, they take comfort in knowing that what they built, despite its flaws, despite the fellowship's breaking, has endured, has become something larger and more important than any of them imagined on that day when they first stood together beside the Black Lake and pledged to build a school. Picture, if you will, Hogwarts on a spring morning many years after Salazar's departure. The castle has weathered seasons and decades, has welcomed thousands of students through its great doors, has become as permanent a fixture of magical Britain as the mountains that surround it. The 3 remaining founders are old now, dear listener, their faces deeply lined, their hair white as winter clouds, their movements slower but no less purposeful. They have given their lives to this place, these final faithful 3, and Hogwarts has rewarded their dedication by becoming everything they dreamed it might be and more. Helga is the first to know her time is drawing near. She feels it in her bones, in the way her magic has begun to feel less like a tool she wields and more like a familiar friend preparing to say goodbye. On a warm afternoon in late May, she walks slowly through her beloved greenhouses one final time, touching the plants she has tended for so many years, whispering words of encouragement and farewell. The magical herbs seem to lean toward her touch, as if they too understand that something is ending. She makes her way to the kitchens, those warm, welcoming spaces she designed with such care, and speaks to the house elves who have become her friends and helpers over the decades. Continue the work, she tells them gently, her eyes bright with tears, but her smile unwavering. Make sure every student feels welcome here. Make sure no child ever goes to bed hungry or unloved. That is the true magic, not in the spells we cast, but in the care we show one another. That evening, she gathers with Godric and Rowena in the chamber they have shared for so long, and she tells them simply, without drama or fear, that she will not see another sunrise. They weep, these 2 old friends, and they hold her hands as the night deepens, as stars wheel overhead, as the castle seems to hold its breath around them. Just before dawn, with the first birdsong beginning outside the windows, Helga Hufflepuff closes her eyes and slips peacefully away, a smile on her face, her final breath a soft exhale of contentment. They lay her to rest in a grove near the greenhouses she loved, beneath an ancient oak tree that will bloom with unusual abundance every spring thereafter. Students come to pay their respects, hundreds of them, for Helga taught and touched the lives of countless young people over her many years at Hogwarts. They leave flowers and plants. They speak of her kindness. They promise to remember her lessons about loyalty and hard work and the importance of treating every person with dignity and compassion. But Helga does not truly leave Hogwarts, dear listener. Her spirit, her essence, remains woven into the castle. Students walking past her portrait in the years that follow swear they can sometimes smell freshly baked bread, can feel a warmth like a mother's embrace, can sense her approval when they show kindness to someone in need. The Hufflepuff common room, that round, cozy space near the kitchens, seems to radiate her presence especially strongly, welcoming each new generation of students who value the qualities she held most dear. Godric follows her within 2 years, his warrior's heart finally growing still after a lifetime of courage and conviction. He does not die in his sleep as Helga did, but rather, while teaching, standing before a class of 7th-year students, demonstrating a particularly complex defensive spell, pouring all his considerable skill and passion into the lesson. In mid-sentence, in mid-gesture, his wand still raised and his face alight with the joy of teaching, his heart simply stops. He falls, and he is gone before the stunned students can even reach him. It is, perhaps, the death he would have chosen, active and engaged until the very end, giving his last breath in service of preparing young witches and wizards to stand against darkness. They lay him to rest on the highest point of the castle grounds, where he can look out over the moorlands that resemble those of his childhood, where the wind blows free and fierce, where his spirit can remain forever vigilant, forever courageous, forever ready to defend the school he helped to build. His funeral draws witches and wizards from across Britain, his former students, now adults themselves, many of them leaders in magical society, all of them shaped by his teachings about bravery and standing for what is right. They speak of how he taught them that courage is not the absence of fear, but the choice to act rightly despite fear. How he showed them that true strength includes knowing when to fight and when to show mercy. How he lived every day according to the values he espoused. And like Helga, Godric's presence remains in Hogwarts, his portrait hung in the headmaster's office and in Gryffindor Tower, continues to offer counsel and encouragement. His sword, that magnificent artifact of silver and ruby, waits in readiness to serve future Gryffindors in their moments of greatest need. Students climbing the towers that Godric designed swear they sometimes feel a hand on their shoulder during difficult moments, giving them courage to continue, reminding them that bravery is always a choice. Rowena lives longest of the three, continuing to teach and lead Hogwarts for another decade after Godric's passing. But she is lonely, dear listener, these final years. She has outlived all 3 of her fellow founders. Salazar departed, Helga and Godric dead, and she alone remains to carry the weight of memory, of knowing what they all dreamed together, of holding the full history of Hogwarts founding in her brilliant, aging mind. She spends these years documenting everything, writing detailed accounts of the school's founding, recording the spells and enchantments they used in building the castle, preserving the philosophical discussions and debates that shaped their decisions. She understands that memory is fragile, that without careful preservation, the truth of how and why Hogwarts came to be will be lost to legend and myth. So she writes, carefully and precisely, leaving behind texts that will guide future generations of teachers and administrators. But even Rowena's formidable will cannot hold off time forever. On a winter evening, sitting in her beloved library, surrounded by books and scrolls, her quill finally slips from her fingers, mid-sentence. A young teacher finds her there in the morning, peaceful in death, her face serene, her eyes closed, as if she has simply fallen asleep while reading. On the parchment before her, her final, incomplete sentence speaks of wisdom being not the accumulation of knowledge, but the understanding of how little we truly know. They lay her to rest in a quiet corner of the castle grounds where she can look out over the library wing, where moonlight falls soft and silver through the branches of ancient trees, where the stars she studied so devotedly wheel overhead in their eternal dance. Her funeral is attended by the most learned witches and wizards in Britain, by former students who became scholars and researchers, by all those whose minds she challenged and expanded during her long years of teaching. And Rowena too remains in Hogwarts. Her diadem, though later lost and hidden by her own daughter in a moment of tragic conflict, carries still the imprint of her magic, her dedication to wisdom and learning. Her portrait offers riddles and philosophical questions to students who seek her counsel. The library she built continues to grow, continues to serve seekers of knowledge, continues to embody her conviction that learning is the highest calling, that wisdom is humanity's greatest treasure. Now, dear listener, let us drift forward through the centuries, watching as Hogwarts endures through ages of change and challenge. The castle stands through wars and peace, through dark times when dangerous wizards rise and threaten the magical world, through golden ages when magic flourishes openly and beautifully. Headmasters and headmistresses come and go, each leaving their own mark, but the foundation laid by the four founders remains constant, unshakable, eternal. Students continue to arrive each September, their eyes wide with wonder as they approach the castle for the first time, seeing its towers and turrets rising against the sky, seeing the black lake spreading dark and deep before it, feeling the accumulated magic of 1,000 years singing in the very air. The sorting hat, that humble object imbued with the consciousness of all four founders, continues to sort them into Gryffindor, where dwell the brave at heart, into Hufflepuff, where they are just and loyal, into Ravenclaw, where those of wit and learning will always find their kind, and yes, into Slytherin, where the cunning and ambitious find their home. The four houses remain, dear listener, despite all the years and all the changes. They remain because each represents something essential, something true about human nature and magical potential. Gryffindor continues to produce witches and wizards of courage and daring, those willing to stand against darkness even at great personal cost. Hufflepuff continues to welcome those who value kindness and hard work, who understand that the quieter virtues are no less important than the flashy ones. Ravenclaw continues to challenge and nurture the most brilliant minds, those who seek always to push the boundaries of magical understanding. And Slytherin, despite the complicated legacy of its founder's departure, continues to produce ambitious, cunning witches and wizards who go on to positions of leadership and influence, who understand that sometimes the subtle path is the wisest one. The Great Hall still fills 3 times daily with students dining together. The enchanted ceiling still shows the sky above. The floating candles still cast their warm and gentle light. The moving staircases still shift and change, keeping students alert and adaptable, just as Rowena intended. The portraits still gossip and advise. The ghosts still drift through corridors, living history preserved in spectral form. The house elves still work their magic in Helga's kitchens, ensuring that every student is fed and cared for. The library still holds its treasures of knowledge. The towers still reach toward the sky. And sometimes, dear listener, if you were to walk the corridors of Hogwarts late at night when students sleep and the castle rests in quiet darkness, you might feel them, the 4 founders, their presence woven so deeply into stone and spell that they can never truly leave. You might feel Godric's courage in the way a suit of armor seems to stand a bit taller as you pass, in the way a Gryffindor banner stirs, though there is no wind. You might feel Helga's kindness in the warmth that radiates from certain corridors, even in winter's deepest cold, in the way flowers bloom unexpectedly in window boxes, in the smell of something wonderful baking that drifts up from the kitchens below. You might feel Rowena's wisdom in the library's hushed atmosphere, in the way exactly the right book sometimes falls open to exactly the page you need, in the starlight streaming through observatory windows. And yes, you might even feel Salazar's presence in the dungeon's cool shadows, in the whispers that echo from stones, in the reminder that cunning and ambition are not inherently evil, that the founder's story is complex and human, touched by both greatness and failure, by both unity and discord. The legacy endures, dear listener. 1,000 years after 4 people stood beside a black lake and pledged to build a school, that school still stands. Tens of thousands of witches and wizards have passed through its doors, have learned magic and friendship and courage and wisdom within its walls, have been shaped by the vision that Godric, Helga, Rowena, and yes, Salazar too, poured into this place. The artifacts they created, sword and cup, diadem and locket, carry still their magic, their essence, their individual dreams of what magic and those who wield it might become. And so our story ends, dear listener, but also does not end, for Hogwarts continues. Even now, in some September yet to come, 11-year-old children will board a scarlet train at King's Cross Station, will travel north through the British countryside, will catch their first glimpse of the castle rising above its lake, will feel their hearts swell with wonder and anticipation. They will be sorted by a hat that remembers 4 founders standing together in moonlight, pledging their magic and their lives to building something larger than themselves. They will walk corridors where those founders walked, will learn in classrooms where they taught, will be shaped by values and vision articulated a millennium ago, but still alive, still relevant, still transforming young lives. This is the true legacy, dear listener. Not the castle itself, magnificent as it is, but what happens within it. Not the artifacts or the portraits or the enchantments, but the way each generation of students learns courage from Gryffindor's example, learns kindness from Hufflepuff's teaching, learns wisdom from Ravenclaw's challenge, and yes, learns ambition and cunning from Slytherin's complicated heritage. The founders gave their lives to building something that would outlast them, and in this they succeeded beyond even their grandest dreams. And now, dear listener, as our tale draws to its close, imagine with me one final scene. Hogwarts on a quiet summer night, when students have gone home and the castle rests between academic years. Moonlight falls silver on the black lake. Stars wheel overhead in patterns Rowena charted long ago. A gentle breeze carries the scent of flowers from Helga's gardens. The castle stands proud and peaceful, its towers reaching toward infinity, its foundations sunk deep in magical bedrock, its stones remembering everything, every laugh and tear, every triumph and failure, every student who ever walked its halls and was transformed by what they found there. And somewhere in that castle, in ways beyond words or explanation, 4 founders rest together at last, their quarrels forgotten, their friendship restored in the eternity that lies beyond mortal understanding. They see what they built. They see that it endures. They see that their dream lives on, and they are content. Rest now, dear listener. Let this story cradle you gently into sleep. Let your breathing slow and deepen. Let your body grow heavy and peaceful. Let yourself drift on soft currents toward dreams of castles and magic, of founders and legacies, of ancient stones that remember everything and hold it all with gentle strength. The story is complete. The castle stands. The dream endures. And you, dear listener, you are part of it too. Part of the great story of magic and wonder, of learning and growth, of the eternal human quest to build something that will outlast us, that will shelter and teach and transform those who come after. Sleep well, dear listener. Sleep peacefully. Dream of Hogwarts standing proud above its lake, of 4 founders whose vision still shapes the world, of magic that never dies but only transforms, passing from hand to hand, heart to heart, generation to generation, forever and ever. Good night. Rest in peace. And may your dreams be filled with starlight and ancient wisdom, with courage and kindness, with the knowledge that some things, once built with love and vision, can never truly be destroyed. All is well. The story is told. The founders rest. The castle endures. Good night.